Okay, there we go. Sorry, took a second to set things up. Okay, there we go. Sorry, took a second to set things up. Hello, Roman. Let me show you very quickly the way my animator is set up. Let me see if the game is even running first. As I kind of just left things half done yesterday. Okay, that should fix it. I just did a whole bunch of stuff with OBS, so I'm not sure. Let's just open that one. Okay. I'm not sure exactly how things are going to play out, but I was in the middle of messing with OBS while I was watching your stream, and then yeah. Clear. We still have one error. Right. So I'm going to show you what the animations are doing, and then I'm going to show you the animator. And I'm going to show you some of the similarities and how I navigated around them. Or away from the direction that you went. And the way that... So I recognize the way that you went because that's how I used to do it. And then I just chose not to do that to myself anymore. So this is the game actually at the character. Oh, come on. There are two other errors. This is different stuff. We have to get rid of this or disable it. I was building abilities. So that's where I left off last night. Alright. Okay. What the heck? I thought I disabled it. There we go. Okay. So this is the character. Now what's important is both the character and the weapon. They're both using an animator, right? Now in your game, you're actually animating the character to do these combos. I'm just animating the weapon to do those combos. Thank you. Let's make it bigger so you can see. Okay, there we go. Right? So you're seeing the weapon and you see how the character moves around and things like that. Character's always just facing. Character's animation is very simple this time. Right? And I can understand why when you're animating a character, how you're doing it, how you end up in that situation. Let's look at the animator first for the character, just because it's a very simple character. Player, visual, animated. Okay, this is effectively the player. Now, this logic or this flow of things should basically be the thing that's going to set up the logic that that I go by when I'm building out these animators. First, I have any state, right? And any state, well, hold on. First, I have the consistent states. These are the states that the character will always just default to somehow. And a lot of times, because of just how certain games look, when you're doing those transitions, it looks like you're just flowing into the next attack. But in reality, what you're doing is you're flowing into their idle state, and then from that idle state, flowing back into the next attack, which then gives the animator enough time to create that kind of fluid-looking motion, because you're kind of flowing into one motion and then flowing out of that motion from the idle, if you get what I'm saying. That's like in 3D and somewhat in 2D. Right? And so now, when we take this logic and we apply it to something a little bit more complicated, like the weapon, right? We can do something like this, where we have the same idle state that everything is going to be flowing in and out of, and any state is basically when this goes out. If let's say I do, you saw it over here. You saw how the attacks look like they were flowing. Um, we just did attack 1 to attack 2 to attack 3, and we just are setting them to idle state. So when this is transitioning to idle state, if I press it again and then go to attack 2, the animation is then going to just lerp. Because that's what it is. It's a linear interpolation back into attack 2, and it'll just keep doing the same thing. But it's trying to interpret to idle, then it'll cancel out of idle, so it'll interpret out of idle and back into attack, whatever the next attack is. I'm hoping that what I'm saying is kind of painting the picture clearly. So let's look at something super complicated. All right. Actually, hold on. Let's nail this down before I move on. So the entire way that to get that, I get what you're trying to avoid, which is that immediate clipping into the next animation. You want to kind of make it look like you're flowing into it. Well, you have to ask yourself when you're doing the animation, can each animation potentially flow into your idle, right? Like if you're in attack 2 and you don't press attack 3, then you should be going back to idle or whatever the weapon idle stance is, right? So then it's safe to say that idle is a stance that all of these can interpolate into, and it looks normal when that happens. So why not just utilize that feature that's going to happen anyway, and just use that as kind of like the padding before you get into the next animation, right? And that way you avoid that jankiness when you're attacking. And what you find, or what I found, is that by doing it that way, it simplifies the code a lot. And it also, look at how many states I just have. I just have these 3. I don't have to do a ton of stuff. You get what I'm saying? Like I don't, like one of the things that I really, what hurt me about when I looked at your stuff was that you're doing everything twice. So you'd set the bool on this, and then you'd have a bool inside of your thing, and they'd basically, you even named them the exact same thing, like is attacking is here, is attacking is on your script. Like, okay, I get it. Okay, fine, right? So that's what I was looking at. But then, where is it? Let's open up the script and look at this. So we can. Oh, let's look at the complicated one first. So this one is using the Unity's built-in animation override. I'll open that here real quick. I think it's in my art section, animation, enemies, right? So I have here the monster animator. This is just the animator that all the monsters are going to have. You notice, again, the same pattern. We have here our 2 consistent things. Like, these are just the consistent states that things can be in. And then you have any state, and then you'll see that it's transitioning like this into all of them. And they're all just going, so they're all basically, if I go and the enemy gets hurt, like I'll attack the enemy so you can see. Right? And you'll see that there's minimum to no jankiness with the enemy's transition to animation. Like you see how it's transitioning to moving, all of that, you see how it transitions to getting hurt. And when I'm going to let it attack me, and then I'm going to attack, you see how it transitions between the attack and getting hurt and stuff. There's no jankiness, there's no immediate cut or anything, because it's just transitioning back into idle, then coming back out of idle, and then doing its thing. So that's just the setup. That's the philosophy behind the setup. This, I think, keeps the animator clean compared to like having literally like a sectional node over here and then a sectional node over here and then another one over here, and then sometimes they're going to be linking in between and all kinds of stuff. Okay, so that's the more complicated animator. So I'll show you real quick the Unity solution for when you have stuff. Now, like this, in this case, I'm not utilizing all of these animations on every enemy, right? We just have them, and we have them populated with stuff, right? So a quirk of this system is that each one of these must have an animation clip in them, right? These are states in the animator, but they all need to have clips in them, even if you're not going to use them. So like the goblin doesn't have a shield, for example, but it has a shield, and the goblin only has one attack, but we still have 2 and 3. This is just part of what my game is going to be down the road. But this is for stuff that do have a shield, stuff that do. So for each time that we have a new animation that we want to put in, we just have to create a new state, go from this state, and then bring it back to idle each time. There's no this one doesn't need to know what attack you're on or anything. The animator doesn't care. Its simple job is to animate, not control the logic of how you're animating. Once you get to that part where you're utilizing the idle transition, you don't need to have this worry about the logic anymore of that, right? We only have death here, which is just handling when we go into the death state. Because with death state it's a little bit different. We don't want to come out of the death state unless, like, the animator itself will automatically come out of the death state, right? And we could stop that by just not having it here, but by setting it to a bool, when we turn the death state off, it'll automatically transition out back into idle, right? Which is what we want anyway. So it just saves me on code a little bit by doing that. And obviously moving, we want to have that being a thing. So there's some times where you can deal with it that way. But generally speaking, this is how it is. So now, let's look at the code real quick for the weapon. The weapon, I think, is the most complicated one. Yeah, it's really just utilizing what Unity already does, which is Unity already has your animations. The guy who does your animation, or the girl, they should basically be designing their sprites or animation sequence in a way that it doesn't look bad when they go back to their idle from whatever the position is. So why not utilize that already built-in technique and just have that be the transition going into the next thing? And that's how you'll get that free flow. And it simplifies your animator so much, even in something that could have tons of modularity requirements. I think this is the most modular you could ever get the animator, because literally, if I decide that I want a 4th, a 5th, or a 6th attack, I can just add nodes and just keep on doing it that way. These don't need to know about one another. So I don't need to start creating massive webs of interconnection between the various attacks. Right? Weapon. So the weapon handler, I believe, is handling... Oh, sorry, yeah, I skipped that part. That's the override, the animation override. Give me a second. I was in the middle of it. Thank you for catching my ADD. Hold on. Let me go back to the enemy real quick. So I'm gonna actually just turn on the other enemies so you can see what happens. You can see the... Ooh. Okay. I don't know about this. Nice that. So let's do this real quick. I don't know where these enemies are going to spawn exactly. I just know them. So if you look at my scene, there's no enemies. Even though the goblin was over here, there's nothing over here. That's because on the on the animator, there's nothing set in the sprite renderer. Right? We're populating the sprite renderer with the animator, and the animator only. We don't need anything actually in here. So we do a play. All of the enemies will show up. Hello. So now you see all of the different enemies, and they're all well, they're all going to be fighting one another because my combat script lets them do that right now. But okay. I'm trying to get them to look at me. But I mean, combat script is definitely not on my to-do list right now. I was going to work on effects and stuff like that today. Trying to break them up. But you see, basically, that, there. You see, basically, they're doing their own thing. This is all really generative code because I did not... They're just working off of the player's code, so they can just all... They just ignore whatever. But yeah, basically that's it. Right? So how are we getting them to recognize, even though they're all using, like if I open this up and look at the animator, they're all using the exact same animator, right? All of them are using the exact same animator. So how are we doing that? Like, I didn't create a bunch of animators for these guys. This is all just one animator that they're all playing off of. Well, that's Unity's solution. It's over here. Enemy. So this is that default animation, as I was explaining before. This is the animation override. These are all of the different clips that this particular enemy can have. And this is its override. And if you look over here at the override, you'll see that it gives me options of inserting a clip for each one. Actually, I didn't insert death clip. There we go. So, yeah, that's basically it. And so, like, Goblin, same thing. Skeleton, Mushroom, they're all just using these overrides. And so when I go here, all you have to do is when you go to the animator, you put in the you have to tell it which override it should be using. Right? If I remember correctly, I think I put it in over here. Yeah, here it is. So I put the override over here. In the Goblin's case is right here. And my code is basically on enable, I believe, setting this override to the animator. Oh, no problem. So let's take a look at the code process for setting the animator, because it's a little bit tricky. So let's just take a look at it really quick. Where is it? This is the controller. Yeah, here it is. This is the call for it. So on start, we set the animator. This is, you can't just do animator is equal to controller. You have to do animator.runtime animation controller, and then you set it equal to the controller that you want it to be. And then you're done. Right? And so in this case, it was the goblin getter, or whatever we put in over here. That's the one that we're going to get. And it'll play it as it should. Fun fact about the attack stuff. But this is how I do the attacks. So you can do it the way you're doing it through the animator, but you could also do it through a coroutine. And basically, anytime that it tries to attack... Now, to be fair to myself, this is a prototype, so I was just rushing through it, and I use this instead of creating a state machine for this class. Probably tomorrow I'm going to be creating the state machine for my actors, but right now I just decided to throw this stuff in. But basically, we attack, and then after 3 seconds, which is what this is doing, we then set engage to false, and then this can do other things. For right now, this works. All right, and that's basically it. And that's how all of the enemies are attacking. The player is a little bit different. That's why I wanted to take a look at, because the player is very complicated compared to it. Oh, is it not showing the code editor? Hold on. One sec. Is it not showing the IDE? It should be showing the IDE. That's weird. I don't think it's showing the right thing. One sec. There we go. I think I have the IDE open twice. Yep, I do. Like I said, I was messing around with stuff. Okay, there we go. Let's just double check. Yep, okay, we're good. Okay, so let me go back a step and show. So basically, this is how you hook in the animator. You take this is the controller that you saw from the from Unity. This had the goblin in it in that case, or whatever enemy we put in, and we always have to. Where is it? Right here. You just make this call, and it'll work. Very simple stuff. Right? Very simple stuff. So that's it. The weapon is a bit more complicated. I'm not sure if I should show it because it's got a few other things happening, but let's yeah, I guess we can. Yeah. So this is an example. So let me actually show the addressable system. So I'm going to show you properties. This is my addressables. Actually, let me show you its implementation. Actor. Let's look at the actor. Yeah, let's look at actor data stuff in it. So here are my stats, right? My stats are based off of scriptable objects. And then I convert those scriptable objects into runtime information. So we have power, health, stamina, max, and blah, blah, blah. These are, you have to ask yourself, wait a second, what are these, right? Like, what exactly am I putting in here? Well, these are just strings. What's happening, the weird part, or the addressable part, is the storing of those strings. So let's actually go back and take a look at what's happening here. Basically this. Now, the beauty about this piece of code is I didn't actually type it. It creates itself. As I add more scriptable objects and I have them inherit iGame data, it gets added here to the list and it gets sorted here based on where it is in my project. And so then in order to get this information, I can just do this. Data manager get, and I can pass in that information. And then I can get the scriptable object called stat data. Then I can convert that over into its runtime. If this is in the case I don't actually have it already, but and then add the stat to my my list. Right? I'm not going to go into, I mean, unless you want me to, I'm not going to go into the actual generator for the code. What I will show you though is where you can take that logic to the other things. So let's look at, for example, my I think I can get to it through actor. It's over here at the top. Called an effect map? No, it's not. There it is. Actor. I was looking right at it. This is my event bus. Right? Now you see a whole ton of events here. I don't want to have to get through to every single one of these. I want a better way of handling it. Plus, I've also tagged them with events, so you can't even call these or invoke these from outside of this class. So what I did is the actor event bus. The other one was the game event bus. This is the actor event bus. So this is, I created first this invoke method. Right? Oh, sorry, whoops. Remember how I was saying before about you have level 1 being if else, level 2 being match and or switch, and level 3 being mapping everything to a dictionary. This is mapping to a dictionary. We're at level 99. Basically, what we do here is, I kind of gave away the mystery, but I have this I have this enum, and then what we do is we created a named lambda expression for, in this case, an anonymous delegate that is basically going to invoke this with the data that we're passing in. What is that data? That data is iEvent. iEvent could be anything, so long as it has iEvent on it. So we passed whatever the data is that we're getting here through this invoke call. We don't know what the data is, again. And then the actual call when we invoke it is we just try get from the dictionary the type from that enum, and then we invoke whatever data we pass through. And we do it through invoke event, like that. Right? And we can do this from just about anywhere that has access to this script. We can do try connect and try disconnect in order to do exactly what that says. So now let's go down to where the addressable part of that comes in. Now here. We don't know what the event options are inside of these different iEvents. So we create keys for them, like this. So no matter what, I'll be able to check against these keys. I know that once I'm using these keys, if there's nothing in it, then it's not going to not giving me the information that I need. So this concept of creating keys, now we're going back to the animator. When you have an animator and you don't know the limit, or let's say you're in the middle of building out your system, you don't want to lock yourself into saying I'm only going to have 3 attacks. You want to have as many attacks as you need. That's where you can just go here and just add another constant for the next attack, and suddenly now you have a 100%, there is no typo possible, access to that next piece of functionality. Right? That's basically it. That's the direction that I was suggesting that you could approach this with. And this is just helpful all across the board. Right? That's it. That was it. That was what I wanted to show you. Just the procedure on the code side and the philosophy behind it, and the results of that on the animator side. The code side, you saw it wasn't that much code. The enemy just needed to do this to attack, and let's look at the weapon. To be honest, probably about a day and a half because I only started this project, I think, maybe about 9 days ago now, and I've only really worked on it probably like 6 or 7 days total to get where I'm at already. I've streamed every day that I've worked on this project, so whatever the stream count is, it's there. I think it's like 6. Today might be the 7th. But that is... Thank you. Okay. So, yeah, that's basically it. That's what I wanted to show you. Just, we can make the world better. Just clean up our animators, you know? Keep it simple. Treat your animator like you do object-oriented, and you'll be golden. Because now I don't have to worry about behavior happening on the animator. Like, as I'm not gating myself out of certain behaviors. In other words, just because the animator is locked there. You know what I mean? Because now then I have to wonder, well, what is the animator thinking? I don't need to worry about that anymore. And also, all of this code that I did was done during this project. So none of these features were made from old code that I have. I explicitly went at this project starting from the very beginning without implementing or trying to pull in any of my old code. Because even my pooler system, oh, I love my pooler system. Oh, and I'm also using a multi-scene workflow. I like it this way because then I just have all of my stuff that wants to go through different scenes with me can be in this one scene, right? And it's really fun, especially for like poolers where like this is a combat area. I'll go from here, then I'll go into a world map, and then I'll come back to a combat area, and I can just pool the player and then get the player from the pool instead of having to instance in the enemies and the player again. We can just get any old enemies that weren't lost across different scenes. So I think that's like really awesome. Um, One sec. So let's. Where is it? Managers. Uh, so here's a cool thing. So if you take a look here, I'm going to run this and show you real quick. This is the power of having dedicated managers instead of doing everything through your game manager. Or I shouldn't say, yeah, it is the power, but also just the convenience. So, and I'm going to show you the algorithm to do it easily. Notice how the ground is shaking or bouncing every time that I attack. So this is going to be for later for my magic system when I like start shooting blast and stuff like that. Uh, you know, impact, it gives feedback. The ground shakes, the ground bounces, whatnot. So how was that done? Well, it was done through the bounce manager. Believe it or not, every single one of these objects over here, upon coming in, register with the bounce manager. And similar to all the other managers, and that's why I said if you build one, you basically build them all. There's like little differences in between. Let's look at the combat manager first. The combat manager, in order to get access, actually, the pool, because the pool is basically a manager. Okay. So first we create, this is the algorithm. First we create a private instance, right? We do not want anything else getting into this instance in ways that we don't. So we don't make this a public instance. So this is, yes, a reverse algorithm for this, but it's fine because, again, only this one thing will have access to its own instance. Then from there, we have our awake. This is just basic setup for that. I'm not going to get into the minutia unless you really want me to about how the pooler is set up, but basically it's just creating an object for things to pool to, be children to if you want. This is optional. But yeah, you know what? Before I do that, let me where's a place I have? We could just check here. Here we go. So here's the actual call to the pooler at the end of the day. So no matter how much complexity you think that pooler looks like it'll have, at the end of the day to use the pooler, you can just do this. And it'll work. Right? These two things. First you need to pull it, and then you set the object active. That's it. If you want to give it a parent inside of the pooler system, you just pass in the parent's name. Right? So each time that we do this, and this is what you were, I think, attempting to do, you were trying to use statics. I don't think, I mean, you could use a namespace if you wanted to, but I think you were trying to get like the functionality of a static call. Because when I looked at it, I saw you weren't using any data from inside of the class you were making the call to. So I was like, it doesn't need to be a mono behavior then, because it doesn't need to exist in the scene. You're passing in information for calculation, which in my case, usually I create a script like this. I have an actual library for it. And I think this is exactly what you were trying to do, which is you create the namespace, you create your util, and then you just have this. Ah, okay, so you're already on that path. You were just bypassing it. That cool beans. So this is an example of like when using this, you can only use the this keyword when the class that you're building is also a static. That's what I was trying to say, but typing is hard. Um, and when you use this, so like if you use this with that, right? What you would do is something like this: string a thing. Sanitize, and so now we can do this. Uh, because by using this keyword, basically you can make this append to whatever it is, the type of that is, but only so long as the class you're doing it in is also a static member, right? But the thing is that in your case, you were doing something really weird in that it was, I think you were actually targeting the wrong method. I think you probably had a different method. Right. I think you were probably targeting a different method. The reason why I say that is because the util that you were targeting, or seemed to be targeting, was accepting a float as its argument. But in the method that you were doing, you were trying to pass in a vector 3. And so that was confusing. I wasn't sure what you were actually targeting because the signatures were different. So that was the problem that we ended off with. Anyway, that's how that works with static members, if you wanted to use that. Going back to the pool manager. So all we did was we just made some static calls over here. And in order to get, I mean, I'm not going to go into, if you're interested in poolers, if you want to know, this is a pretty good pooler because it does a few things. It's very simple. One, two, it allows for, in order for the pooler to work, you saw how I only had to do pool. The only thing you have to do if you want to return something to the pooler is disable the object, and the pooler will automatically call that object back and put it back into the pool for it. So it'll be used next time. So if you want me to go into that, I can show it piece by piece if that's something that you're interested in. But outside of that, managers are a thing. So it sounds like you already are familiar with it. The batching process for the manager that I was talking about is here, though. Okay, maybe not. It is combat manager. There we go. Yeah. Okay. So over here, this is iCombatant. There we go. So over here now I have this update inside of the combat manager, and then we just run combat logic on that, right? And all this is going to do is iterate through the array. Now the question is, you said, why use a dictionary? Well, we use a dictionary to ensure that we're not adding something that already exists to the array, for one, and also, if we want to do something like a get combatant, we can easily get that through a lookup in the dictionary rather than iterating through an array to get to it. Right? And so what we use the array for, though, is iteration, because iterating through array is safe. All we have to do is just check if that object is not null, and then we just continue with our iteration. If we try to do this with the list, we'll get a resize issue. And it's also going to produce garbage. Atish, I think we're good. Right. If you have any questions, I'm always here, man. So, I'm not perfect, but I just, that animation stuff, I was like, it's easy to work around that, so I just figured I'd share it with you. Because when I saw that tree, I was like, even if you have the best of plans laid, what is that that quote? I think it's a Tyson quote. Every great plan is great until you get punched in the face. So once you get to that part where you're gonna need you're gonna realize, oh wait, you needed this functionality, and now you have to dive into your animator and deal with entanglements on two sides. right? I would rather design the animator in a way that I don't have to even think about the animator. I'm just dealing with my code. The animator is just going to do its thing. My code is just going to manage its thing. That's it. All right. And this is a damage script example. The event bus is pretty cool too. Yeah, I bet. It makes animation very painful. I think when you have to micromanage in that way your animator. Okay, let's see. So yeah, that's basically. I don't want to hold you up because I know you had stuff to do. So, that was the animation. I think I might have. I'm gonna stop because I don't want to overload you on everything. I have a tendency to do that, but basically, I'm just gonna do what I was gonna do with the stream, which is to make an effect system. And make it the right way. Because yesterday I was trying to make it, and fair enough. Fair enough, fair enough. I think the most I can code in a single day is probably somewhere around 8 hours to 10 hours at maximum. That's my maximum range. No problem. Again, if you have any questions, if you feel, I mean, you know, feel like there wasn't some clarity, I mean, you could always just look back into these videos, or you can ask me directly. I'm wide open. I always share my stuff. One of my favorite things is this. This thing is fantastic. So this is the broker system. I don't know if you know about the broker visitor pattern, but usually these things are used if you've ever played a game like Crusader Kings 3 or just any game where they have like a ton of modifiers. And you can just like hover over and see like where did these modifiers come from. So that's the broker visitor pattern typically. Right? So like you have like 55 to strength, and you can see the strength. It comes from like because you talked to this guy at this date, and then this thing, a weapon that you have equipped, and then you kicked a puppy at this, whatever. Like all of these things, you can see all of these different. That's what this system is made to do. First off, this system is not serialized. You never really serialize your broker. What it does. This is the broker manager. It just manages every broker in my scenes. But besides that, where is it? We have the actual broker here. Okay. Yeah, we have the actual broker here. So let's talk about what the broker does in principle. If you're not familiar, if you are familiar, you can just stop me. But in principle, what the broker is doing is it allows for two separate pieces of data to share information without ever knowing about one another. But you can reference information through the broker about either one. So what that means is I can have a stat, and then I can have a piece of equipment that you put on, and you can tell that item that you're equipping, or that item can have in it, that it increases strength by +5. You send that to the broker, saying strength and the amount. The broker will then, in this case, it actually will check if it has anything that matches the ID for the thing that it wants to increase by +5. If it does not, it's going to queue the note, right? These are notes from that item saying, hey, at some point add +5 to this. Let's say now we've actually added the strength stat. The strength stat is going to want to create a message. The message stores notes. When the message comes in, it will check against the queued notes and then add them as messages, removing them from the queue, obviously. So then we have the optimization right here, which is we don't want to keep tapping into each message every time that we want to find out. Like if you go and you want to find out your strength every frame, you don't want to go and keep on doing searches through each message. We want to check. We actually cache the value here, and we get them from the cache instead. It is a lot easier on memory and on compute on processing time. And we only ever change the cache if we ever change notes on this message. Okay, so we just go through the typical process of we register the broker manager with register with the broker manager, and then we're adding messages here. I guess we can remove a message if we wanted to. I haven't really had to use that, but we can if we need it. Okay, here we go. Pull. This is the part. So here you can see first we check the cache values. And then over here you can see if we didn't return out, then instead we go through. Hello, point. I don't know how to pronounce that. Okay, you win, man. You win. I can't handle that name. So this is then going to cache the result that it gets from this, and then just pass back the result. And then in the future, we can just keep getting the cache. But I'm assuming you're familiar with generics. Let's go down a level because I actually spent a few hours trying to get my head around getting this part to work. There we go. And I didn't, at the end, I did not like how it came out. Piotram? Is it tram or Piotram? Okay, Wow, that does not look like it's pronounced that way, but okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right. And so typically with these systems, you want to get it down to being a string, a boolean, an integer, or a float as the resultant value. In this case, though, because the numbers in this game could go anywhere, I just added in double decimal, and I knew that I wasn't going to be using this for strings or booleans, so I just did it this way. And worst case scenario, I could actually use an integer as a boolean, so that's a thing. But yeah, basically, this is a broker visitor pattern. I'll scroll through it very slowly so you can just go, and you could use it for your project. It's very general. The only part of it that's proprietary that I think the whole thing is just generalized. I don't think any part of it is proprietary. Yeah, I think all of this can be used in any project. Just look through it one more time. Yeah, all of this is just using... Wait, there's an art lib in here somewhere happening. There's something that I'm using in here that's unique to this project. Give me a sec. I think I know what it is. I snuck it in somewhere. I'm not sure where it is. I think... Oh, here it is. So we have this initialized to 1. Okay. So this is my helper script for this, basically. right? So what this is going to do is it'll return the object in whatever type it is. So if it's a decimal, int, float, whatever, it'll return that type, but as a 1. So this is useful when you're doing multiplication using this system, because if you didn't initialize it with a value, multiplying, and you have this system set up to be doing multiplication, then you'll end up with a problem of... There we go. You'll end up with a problem of so let me run through it. I think if I run through it, it's easier to digest what's happening here. So when we pass down to a message, right? Think of the message as strength. And when we do pull, we're iterating through all of the different notes. Each one of the notes is set up. So like, let's say you have one weapon that wants to increase your damage by 0.5%, and then you have another one that wants to add +5 to your damage. So each note already knows whether or not it's multiplying or not, right? Because obviously if you're doing 5% to your damage, then you're going to be multiplying by 1.05. Versus if you are adding, you're just adding 5, right? And so all this does is that it tracks the cumulative total. We don't know, so we just store it as an object, and then we cast it back out as whatever the type is that the message is set to. So the message can be set to like float, decimal, whatever. We don't know. We just know it's a struct. Right? This is probably one of the more complicated. I would say this is, if you're at an intermediate level as a programmer, this is like the higher end of intermediate. Building out this broker visitor pattern. But it works super well for handling modifiers, because now I can do this. So when I do my points, we can do base points plus, and then we just get the broker manager, tell it which broker we want to get the information from, pass the address of this stat. It's stored in its inherited member, and that's it. Now we have a modifier system on top of it. Right? And of course we tell it the type that we want from it, so that way this will handle its type properly. Right? And since, remember that after the first, so the heaviest call is the first time this is ever called. After that, it's pretty much a light call. It's a 0-1 call. So, because it's a lookup from a dictionary after that point. Right? And that's it. That's the broker visitor pattern. Oh, I was going to show the whole thing. So if you wanted to just use it, where is it? Ah. So this is the manager. I'll just slowly go over it. And now this is the broker. Down here. Starting from here is the broker. And these are the messages. Remember, messages are created by the stat or the object that it wants to receive the change. In other words, wherever the object is that's going to be making the pull call is the source of the message. Right? It's creating a message and it's just pulling information back from that message when it's ready. Okay? The interface for message, this is just so that way, you don't have to do this, but if you're creating also a manager, then this becomes the easiest way to implement it inside of a manager. And then the note. So whatever object is going to be modifying is going to be the one that creates notes. Okay. So now, what does the call actually look like, I think, is the question. Because I showed the call to pull. What does the call actually look like to make these things? Very simple. First, we had to find the broker. We tapped the broker manager to get the broker from the manager. And then we created a message. Right? And then we passed in that. And if we wanted to add a new... if we wanted to add... I think it's like this, if we wanted. We could do it this way. Can you do add note? No. How do you do it? I haven't... I mean, we could just do it this way also. Because we already tapped the broker manager for the broker, so we could just do broker dot add note. And do... I'm going to change that, but you can do it that way, and then... actually, hold on. I think I have a built-in one. Yeah, there it is. And I guess 5, whatever the number we want. And we can set it to be multiplication or not. By default, it's false, so this will treat it as addition. Right? And then we can do address note. So in my project, because I'm using oh, let me actually just separate these out. So this is how you would create a new note, right? And if I wanted this to be multiplication, I would do right. Or I could probably make this a an enum later to make it more clear. But the address here, because I'm using a an addressable system, I could actually just get away with doing this. This, for me, is the same thing. It's an easier way of doing this. Because I don't know what actual stat this is. So I'm just letting the stat control its own fate. But if I wanted to create a note outside of the stat, like targeting a specific stat, because this was made... Like, let's say this is inside of a weapon and it wants to increase power by 5. So I would add the note to power... whoops. Stat, base stat, power. There we go. Right? Because that's the address. This is the address for power. And now we've added the note. So now the stat will show that it has +5 on something. And if on UI, if we hover over it, we'll be able to see the weapon's information giving them, or the modifier's information from the weapon source that's giving that stats information. Right? That's how it works. Okay, that's good. All right, let's get to work now. So that's the easy part. The hard part is making stuff. I'm gonna have to make a couple things. So, thinking about it last night, I realized that I was approaching the effect system incorrectly. We did parts of it correct, and then we did parts of it incorrect. Uh, so we're gonna take a step back because we're actually getting into the AoE targeting, and we shouldn't be here yet because we're not done with the effects. So let's go back to effects real quick. And I don't like this moon. Sun, rather. There we go. Going for something a little bit more lucid. Oh, yeah, my ADD. I forgot to show how I was doing this. Little bounce effect. Let me disable the other enemy so I can actually fight one. It's annoying. I need to fix that also. I was going to create a faction system for them, which is I haven't done. But the idea behind it is there should be one still around. Where did he fall? No, they can't fall. All right. I don't know where he went. Hiding. Oh, he's still trying to attack an invisible enemy. Where are you? Oh, there he is. There's no enemy there, buddy. Okay. So the check for that is null. It's not once he gets the enemy's targeting, he won't let the enemy go. So I should probably put a check for disabled instead of null. Or maybe do both. But now that he's far enough away, he'll start targeting me. Okay. Okay, this is the wall. Okay, yeah, we're good. We got that mana bar working. Nice. So that stuff is working perfectly fine. Let's start working on effects. Thank you very much, Pietro. I think thought out is an overstatement. Yeah. I feel like I uh I more just kept breaking my skull on my keyboard until things worked. As much thought as that took. Let's see. Those scriptable objects, and so the approach needs to be that we have two different branches. We have item effects, and we have player effects. And the player effects have player events. And then the actual effect itself is like, let's say, for example, the player has a weapon, and that weapon, when it hits something, it can deliver fire. Right? So then when you hit something, when it confirms the hit, it does add effect fire. And then fire will do its fire damage for whatever the effect is set. It just, all fire knows about is doing the damage to an actor. An item potion, when consumed, can also target the player. And so I think we actually just have one class. We don't need to split it up. We have one class, and that is the delivery mechanism. And that delivery mechanism regardless is going to be targeting an actor. So if it's something like the effect is on hit, so maybe we aren't going the wrong direction. I think we're halfway to the right direction. So let's take a look at it. Where are you? Effect data. Close all of this other stuff for now. So I think what needs to happen is there needs to be a middleman. And I think that middleman is game effect. Right? Because let's think about this. If we have going on, I think this is wrong. Oh no, wait, yeah, this is okay. No, never mind. This is it. This is a scriptable object. This is the object itself. I don't think we need item effects, or rather item events. I think we can put every event under the player. There can only be two types of events: game events and player events, or rather actor events. Items themselves don't have events. So we can get away with just doing this. Right? And so now this abstract, this isn't going to really be doing anything. I mean, it is. It's doing this part, but as far as like the logic of like if it's going to be doing damage or whatnot. That's not what this is about. Right? Instead, this can have... Okay, gotcha. So we can make a we're not going to do this here, but we're going to make a separate class. And if that class is just going to have this on it. And we're going to call it equipped effect. Right? So effectively, once the effect is added, the equipped effect will, or we can call it a trait, actually. Huh. No, we don't need to do all of that. Right? But basically, like, let's say that we have a sword and that sword is supposed to hit and we hit it with fire. Well, the sword has an effect on it, and that effect wants to listen to when we hit a target. So that effect is going to stay there forever for whatever purposes, right? As long as we have the weapon equipped, it stays there. And then we're going to create the next class that's going to say, basically, it's going to take in this. Ooh, what the heck? I thought I just realized field. Oh, it was... Right, so that next class is just going to have this in it. And once... But this class isn't supposed to have this in it yet. So the next class is going to have that in it. And it's going to add itself on start. So the moment that something is equipped, it's going to call start on it. And it'll handle started as true, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, okay, let's do it. We got it. I got a picture. We have a picture. We have a picture. So when we or okay, so first we have the previous stuff, right, from effect data. When we equip an item, that item, or use a potion or whatever, that potion will then inject an effect. Let's say that effect that it injected is also an effect eject. It can do that. But once that's on it, then the effect injector, this is kind of recursive, but it makes sense. Then the effect injector will have its own condition. That effect will have its own condition for when it's triggered. Do we even need this? I don't think we need this. I think we could do this in effect data. I'll be honest. I think we could do this in effect data. No. No, because there's some effects. I gotta think big picture. There's some effects that don't need to use an injector. They just do a thing. Right? Like on an event, they just do what their feature is. So let's go back a step. Let's actually do this. First, let's do this. Effect injector data. And then okay. Right? So now on start, So I don't think we need to worry about start because effect data is handling start. Yeah, it is. But start, the only things we need to care about are start and stop, I think. Run is going to do its thing over here. We should have a listener call, right? Yeah. So we need to care about this also. Okay. So when we hit start, I don't think we need to do connect listener here. I think we could just do it this way. I don't think we need connect listener. I'm going to get rid of that. What we're going to do is since now we know that all of these effects are going to be tied to a actor's broker. We can actually just get away with doing this. What is this? This is the effect manager path. Correct. Why doesn't it pass in? I mean, we have to pass it in here, so why aren't we storing it? Sure, let's do that. Okay, there. Is that a good thing? I don't think that's a good thing. No, you don't know. Yeah, it's going to come down to the type of effect. I didn't like it, but whatever. Nothing better is coming to the brain. Okay. All right. That should fix all of that. So yeah, now we can do this. Actor event bus dot I connect event. Event on injection. So instead of effect data, this can be a game effect now. Okay, so now this will be, let's say, on hit, we pass this effect. Then when that effect is hit onto whatever the thing is that it hits, it'll take the info that we passed in and use that info to figure out what its situation is. I mean, technically, I don't like that either. All right. And then public override. Okay. So now, with this injector set up, we don't have to worry about the whole injection process on new effects. The injector will handle that on its own. It's just going to pass whatever the effect is based on this event. The effects that we create from this point going forward should really only care about what they do, not how they get to the place that they do it. Right? And since we know that all effects. So hold on. Let's think for a second. If we have, I think maybe we need to make an effect, call it modifier, and yeah, I think object is fine. Object is fine. Object is fine. Yeah, okay, we're good. Let's keep going. I think we're in a good path. We're keeping it a little bit abstract at this point, but we're about to get into the nitty-gritty now. So let's make our first damage effect. I think we have a damage effect class already. Yeah. Okay. So we don't need to worry about a lot of stuff here. We don't need a lot of the stuff here can probably be cleaned up. But we don't need to worry about if the listener anymore. Start and stop. Fine. Get rid of this. We don't need to worry about the event types. This is just doing what it needs to do. It doesn't need to worry about all of that mumbo jumbo. So instead of we can get rid of this. This. And I think we could also get rid of that. No, I think we have to keep. I think that's where I was last night, because this is where I got to encoding last night. Then I stopped and jumped into something else because ADD is a thing. I don't think we need to worry about stop either. Okay, so in this game, a damage effect like this. I don't think we even need to log this part, to be honest. Just comment this out for now. Target actor ID. Patent ID. Okay. I don't even remember what's up here. Just do that. Just in case. Uh, and so now we added the data for the new. So this is basically saying uh, eh. Right. So we can probably now extend this a little bit. Now that we have the basic foundation for what this is going to look like, we can extend this out a bit. So some considerations is this could now be something that is damage over time instead of just damage. Right now it's not going to do any damage. To get it to do damage, it's easy. You just have to do something like this. And then just pass through damage dot. Right? And that'll handle damage. It'll even print out damage numbers, everything. So this is done if we want to do that. That's easy. But we want to check if we should do damage over time or not. Right? And also, should we do damage immediately or not? So, bool. Hey. Okay. That's it. So now, if it's damage over time, so first, if immediate, we do this. If we go to the actor and we get its event bus and we say try connect event listener, and we pass in the event keys. Actor event type dot I think it's game time. Oh yeah, on game tech, there we go. Right, and now we can do public and we could say same thing, combat here we go. And finally, public. Nice. Okay, nice. Survey says... survey says we are good. This is an effect system. Or, this is the damage part of the effect system. So, just a quick revisor for myself and anyone who's trying to build their own effect system. We have here our effect data, which is basically where we're storing all of the definitions and basic functions that are on each effect. So over here, we're also going to want to store this real quick. All right. And yeah, so basically all of our definitions are stored here. This is going to be a scriptable object, or this is an abstract class, so we don't instance this. But once we run create on this, which will happen at a lower level, we'll show it. I don't want to get confusing on this. Let's skip. We're going to skip the injector, and we're just going to go straight to the damage effect real quick so you can see that the create. This is called a factory pattern. Right here. Right? So when we call create on anything that inherits effect data, this call exists on it, but it's different for each one. So in this version, because this, it's overriding the others, and it's going to return this. Right? That's the whole idea. And so this is going to return this damage effect. And you'll see that this damage effect is also inheriting the same game effect that was from this script, this abstract. So effectively, we're getting all of this functionality. Now, you might wonder, why not just use this and just put this information over here? Why are we going through the problems of duplicating this information effectively? The main reason is because scriptable objects are heavy, one, and two, if you're not careful with them, you'll end up making a change to a scriptable object, and that change will affect other scriptable objects in that instance, right? If you don't create an instance of a scriptable, so like let's say you create an instance of a scriptable object, then okay, you're doing good. But if you just take the scriptable object from wherever you've loaded it from, or you're working off of the same instance, you'll share data across all of the scriptable objects. They're kind of like a static property on these things. So it's just best, I found, to create a runtime instance. Also because creating instances of scriptable objects comes with a pretty hefty cost versus just creating a plain old object based. So just to go up the hierarchy so you can see what these are ultimately, these are inheriting iGame data. And this just allows things to be easier down the road. Okay, so looking at the injector real quick, you're going to see this. Let's actually start creating the asset menu for this. This is something that can be instanced. So we go create asset menu. This is how you... whoops. New injector effect. Okay, and we can also do this. Okay, so now we do have something that we need to consider, which is, well, we don't really have to. Yeah, we don't have to. That's being taken care of further up the chain. Okay, let's make these in the Unity. First, let's see if we have any issues. Have one going on. Ah. What do we get? Can we actually run anything? I'm just checking to see if we can run the game. All right, yeah, we're good. Okay, so let's create some stuff now. In my scriptable, scriptable object. These are not stats. These are. Let's create a new folder for this. Effects. Hey, let's create the first one. Scriptable objects. Ah, whoops. Change something real quick. Add a space here. There we go. Okay. Oh, I see. There we go. There we go. Okay. So first we'll make the injector. We'll call this an on hit injector. Or just on hit. Okay. Display name will be on hit. And we'll actually make the second one the damage effect. Fire dot. Okay. So we'll pass in the fire dot and we'll set this so that way on where is it? On before her. There's a ton of these effects. Oh, this is all just a list from my other stuff. But this is on. I should put these in order. I don't. Let's see. Before hurt enemy. So this is. We want to do this, I guess, after we hurt the enemy. Okay. After we hurt the enemy, we do this. Okay. We can say the max stack is here, and the max duration is 0 for now. Right. So this one, yeah, I guess we're just going to test out first the immediate hit, and then after that we'll turn on the damage over time portion of it. Well, hold on. Actually, no. This doesn't have that stuff. This doesn't have that part. The damage over time takes care of that part. This is just going to be permanent. So we leave everything at 0. You know what what the heck? Why does this not have a mono? What did I just do? That's the fire dot. It has a proper script here. This doesn't have a mono on it. Why? Damage. It should have a mono. Using Unity engine. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It should have a mono. That's crazy. Effect injector. Should have a mono. It's a first script. I don't know why it doesn't have one. You know what? Let's do this. Okay. So yeah, you know what? Whatever. We'll check the game effect proper. If started and current stack is greater than 0. Current. So it's running every frame. It's going to check if it started, and then if current stack is greater than 0, and if it is, then current stack, the timer is going to go down by 1. Right. Gotcha. And if the current count timer is less than 0, then back. So by default, this is not going to go off because the current stack is going to be set to 0 by default. That means that we technically have infinite. This run is bypassed. We have an infinite count. So then we have to wait until something calls stop in order for whatever behavior this is exhibiting to actually stop. Let's do this first. Started. Equal to false. There. Right? And so at the lower levels, it'll disconnect. So we never have to worry about the natural timer going off with this. Because reduce stack, I believe, will try to stop. But since we're already at 0 with the current stack from just initialization, we are technically anything below 0 will technically be infinity as far as the duration goes. Okay, all right, I think we're good. So let's test out let's test out the what are we missing? Let's go back to Unity real quick and let's finish this part. So this damage over time is just going to be immediate damage, and the amount it's going to do is, say, 5. Well, let's make it a big number. 300. And we're going to say that it's fire damage. Alright, this is another scriptable object from over here in my script. And this is just going to be immediate. If I gave this, again, if I gave this like 1, then it would immediately check to see, it would check through the timer and remove it. right? So we have to set both of these. Well, technically, we can just set, like, yeah, we could do that, and it would still be fine. So we could preset this if we wanted to. Anyway, so this is fire, DOT, and okay, and the on-hit effect is on-hit effect. Let's call it on-hit effect fire. I don't know what my addresser is going to do with this, but let's find out. Curious. Skills. Okay, we're good. So now we need it. So now we need to test it. So let's do that. Let's go to the player script. And after we've go through the initialization on the player, we're going to get the effect manager, add, and we are, oh, wait, we have to do one thing before we do this. My bad. We have to update the addressable system. So actually, this is a good shot to show it. So let's go to the code real quick. Properties. So this is the code again, right here, right? We only have base stats and elemental stats. Right, one more time. Uh, sure, as soon as it lets me alt-tab, there we go. So now, once we tell it to register all of the addressables, Unity is going to take a second. Good. Unity is still taking a second. There we go. So now, when I go back over to here, let's type properties one more time to bring it up. There it is. Pretty cool. And, cool. Handled it nicely. So, you might be saying, well, that's nice. What did that do? Well, basically, now I could do this. What the heck is going on here? Why is it giving me a ton of problems? Right? There we go. I think it's because I had this over here. Did I stutter? Oh, that's why. Data. Here we go. Right? And now we can do... Now, when I finish the system, technically the only thing that I would need to do is this. Well, technically it would just be this and then this. Maybe. I think I did it this way just in case, like, something is adding an effect directly. So we don't have to go through this process, because there might be things like if you've equipped an item or you have like a regional buff or something like that, and suddenly all of the specific kinds of effects have increased in stats and stuff like that. So I've left that open by instancing them out first. You can't do that with searchable objects, otherwise it'll just change the effect across the board, and you probably don't want that. You have to remember to unset that, and then you lead into weird issues, because if you are relying on an object that existed on a scriptable object from a previous scene, that object now becomes a zombie. So it's just not good to do that. All right. So now the first part of the test is this, to find out if we're actually hooking in an effect. So let's go to here, and this should just run start. So let's just do a debug.log. Right there. And once this happens, the event listener should... Where am I? Oh, we're in the wrong area. Wait, no, we're in the right area. Eh? What is this? I think this is old code. Is it? What the heck? The effect injector. That's the damage effect. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, no, we're in the right area. So, well, no, this is the wrong area for this. We're trying to go over here to find out. So this is where the injection should happen. So we're going to do that, and that's it. And then once we hit the enemy, once we attack or hit the enemy, then it should attempt to fire off the event listener. What's going on with this event listener? One sec. What's up here? Event listener does nothing. Gotcha. So we don't need this. Okay, so we need to do this. I haven't actually tested this part out, but we'll see. Did I do this? No, I didn't. So we have to type it out. Oh, it's get data. Okay. It's not showing up. Oh, whoops. Get data. I guess we can just do this. So now we don't want the on hit effect to proc based on its own hits. Right? So if the damage that's done is itself or is contributed to from itself, we don't want that we don't want that damage to be then proc this on hit effect and so on. That's not what we want. Right? So the way that we handle that is because we took the time to instance this game effect, these have unique IDs on them. So we can do there we go. right? So first we do the comparison. Then after we do the comparison, we try to get data on the damage that was done. And no, we don't even need this, to be honest. This is enough right here. Okay, and var target is going to be equal to the damage. Get the actor ID. Right. And then now we just do target. Oh, wait, if target doesn't equal null, target dot add effect manager add, and we will add the effect to inject dot duplicate. Hello, Mr. Bond. I am okay. Finishing up the testing of the effect system for this game. Spent yesterday getting it wrong, spent today getting it right, I think. About to find out. So now we need to make that duplicate function out of this. You know what? I think that this is something that deserves to be all the way up here. I hope so too. I do take the time to break things down as I go along. Helps me and hopefully helps others. Oh, sorry. Sneeze. I guess what we could do. Yeah. It's always interesting when you bump into these roadblocks, because in GD script this is how I would approach it, but in C# it's a little bit different. So I think we can call down. Is that how it is in C#? I forget. I think we call down and then make it up. It's really weird. You know what? Let's just build it and see what happens. Worst case scenario, we get it wrong. I do know that we need to get something here. We need to get it from the bottom. I think we need to make like a private or protected for sure. Right, and we have to pass through. Right. And then over here, we can just do okay. Right. And so then we can go down a level from here. Well, let's start from here and then work our way back up. I don't remember game effect. Or rather, this is still an abstract class, right? Yeah. Yeah, it is. Okay. So we should get other errors if we try to instant. So right. In this case, info. We need the max stack back duration. You know what? I'm just going to copy this down here for a second. Do we need to... Yeah, we do. Current count. This is what's called a deep cloning. Game data object. All right, so let's just follow the logic before I go any further. Basically, the game data object level has a duplicate. So we actually have access to this. And we'll say duplicate the game data object. I think what we should do here is making this like this. Probably be better off doing. And sure. Oh, I see. Hmm. We can't do it that way. Oh well, that would have been nice. Wait, yeah, we still need it. Okay. Okay. So we're gonna need this anyway for like items and stuff like that. So I figured might as well we go up, but let's follow the flow. So we call this. This is going to call get duplicate. Then it's going to pass this through. So the initial one that we get here is just this. And then we're going to, well, actually, hold on. This get duplicate is going to get the lowest level of the duplicates, right? So it's going to go all the way down to the lowest override. The lowest override is, in this case, our injector. So our injector does the override here. And it's going to, but, oh yeah, we were calling this. There we go. I don't know why it's doing or game effect. I've sworn. Oh, that's right. Duplicate doesn't pass it in. Okay, so anyway, so we were at the other level, right above this. So now we got to do this one. Public override. Duplicate. Or get duplicate. Oh, and the wrong one. Protected override. T. Get duplicate. There it is. Okay. So when we're done, we're going to do that. But for right now, we passed in this, right? But I don't think we need to pass that in. I think that this can be nothing. This is where I think I was messed up. There we go. So we can do var info. Going to be equal to new effect injector. There we go. Data and ah. There we go. Oh, I see. Okay. There we go. Okay, so we start at the top level with a null, what we're going to have to do. And then we work our way from the bottom up. Right? And it's a very weird way of approaching it, but once it's done, I guess. And technically, since now we just store this information over here, we don't need to go through that whole deep process. It'll take care of it inside of the constructor for us. We're just effectively duplicating it. And then let's go, from here, it'll go up one level. So above this one level is game effect. And then in game effect, we'll take the info, which is what we just got from below us, convert it into a game effect, then populate the rest of it with this information. And then pass the dupe information back up to the where is it? There it is. Game data object. Right? And the game data object is basically going to get this information. And you can actually do this. Here. But it's going to get this information. If or okay, and so on and so forth, right? So then when we call this, this should be pretty safe. We don't actually need to put anything. Up this anymore. Okay. That should be it. This should be our duplicate system for it. Injector. So we're making a couple of systems here all at once. We're gonna find out along the way if they're all working. Basically, that's it for that part. So back at the injector. So we put the R here for this part of the injector. We'll start. We connect. And then we want to check when we do this event, because this is an on hit. This one specifically is going to be checking for an on hit situation, which should come with damage, right? And then we're going to check to see if the damage that's being applied is from this same injector. If it is, then we don't want that. So in the same breath, let's make sure that create this info for this so once we passed damage. But we don't. Oh, so yeah, we don't need to worry about that. Gotcha. Let's go back. So in the damage, I misspoke. We don't care about the effect injector's ID. We care about what it's trying to inject ID. So we kind of want to make sure that the ID remains the same as the original, not as the duplicated. Because the duplicates, no matter what we do, the duplicates will always have their own unique ID. So we don't want to get the duplicate's ID. We want to get is the original ID from the damage that was stored. So it'll cache the original's effect, not the duplicate effect's ID. So to do that, we just go here, damage, add data, damage key, ID, and we just add the. Now this is looks like it's dynamically typed, and that's because it kind of is, which is pretty cool. You can get C# to do that, right? Because this is all different information. Okay, and so this will add the ID, this original effect, and then every time we duplicate it, the duplicates will have different effects, but they'll have also this damage, and this damage is storing this ID. So now when we go back to the injector can get that damage ID here and check if the damage ID there matches the ID of the object that the base object that we keep on injecting. If it does, we don't continue with this. If it doesn't, then we will again try to apply this effect. This way, when we hit an enemy, and let's say it's a damage over time effect, if we hit the enemy and it's like burning, each tick of burning doesn't then proc another tick of on hit burning, right? That kind of thing. Now, obviously, I think the better way to handle this would be to have a source of the for the effect to trigger, right? But we haven't made those yet, so this is temporary right now. Later on, we're going to make like weapons and or things like that. You know what? Hold on. No, I haven't done it yet. So later on, we're going to make items and weapons, and those are all coming from the same game object data. So they're going to have their own unique IDs. So when the object is equipped with an effect, once the effect is made, when you equip that object, it'll start, and in start, it will check for the object's ID. And that ID to being the weapon ID that it wants to look for when it's doing its on hit effect, right? Or whatever. It could be the player's ID, whatever. If it's if the damage is from the player, things like that, right? So anyway, let's go do our thing. Okay. Who knows if this is gonna work? No one. So we did the effect manager add effect, which will add the on hit effect. And then once I do the on hit effect, I should see a number pop up. That should be like 300 or something on the enemy I'm about to hit after I hit them. And that will tell me that they procced. And I should see the R come up. Oh, we got a null reference somewhere. Null reference exception, object reference. That's set. What are we talking about? Could be this. Okay, I see where we are. So where is this coming? Oh, it's right at the beginning. Oh, right, because this needs to be... Oh, no, this is right. Oh, I see. I forgot to create this effect. Override. What do we need? Just need the actor. I think it's just iGame. Yep, there it is. What other nulls? Oh, nope, it went all the way to R. Did it do its thing? I don't see that big 300 number. Okay, so we're getting here. Next question is, are we getting here? Or way out? Oh, we're not calling this. We're not calling that. That's why. Sec. Sorry. So let's go to the combat manager. And just make the call. Oh, there it is. Game event. Oh, so this is something people I think should emphasize a lot. It's about when you're making an event bus, I found always a benefit in using a wrapper. So I just wrap my events inside of these and call it a day there. Makes life so much easier down the road. And it makes the system so much more scalable and very robust. Okay, so new. Ah, I'm in the wrong area. What the heck? How did we end up here? That manager. There we go. Yeah, that's what I thought. What the heck? Um, right. Then key. I think we could do them both at the top. Yeah, we can. And okay, and then we did the invoke here, or before we do the attack. Guess we could do the while we're here. Now, there's some debug stuff that's involved in this. It's just me testing stuff out, but this is generally how you want to approach it anyway. Like, you want to throw your events in there. Um, okay, so now that we're actually calling it, because, again, the listener is trying to listen for when we hurt something, or we hurt something. Or is it after? I think it's after we hurt. That's when that's going to go off. So we're actually waiting for this one. And when this goes off, it'll try to inject, and the inject damage should happen on immediately, I believe. How we have it set up. Do that. Hey, try to hit something. Oh. Well, we know the events are working. We got a null reference exception here. So now the question is, what were we trying to get? We were trying to get from the event. Yeah. Oh, the effect ID. Did we forget to set the effect ID? Whatever. I think that's gonna be taken care of now that they've... It's fine. It's fine. It'll work itself out now. Just needed to put a pass by algo in there and it was good. Or it should be good. I don't know what the next one thing is gonna be. Oh, there we go. So we're not seeing that big 300 number, but are getting to B, not getting to A though. So basically what it's saying is that we have no target in this event. So let's go back to the combat manager real quick. Maybe we're doing it too early. Oh, I see. So this is the way I was doing it before I put in all of the keys. Right? So that's the problem. Now with the keys, I have to do it the way with the key. Damn it. That also means that go down to Yeah, the rest of this stuff is just me testing out stuff I could get rid of it. Now that I've set up that effects are going to be how we handle those types of modifiers, I don't need to directly that, I think. Well, we got to A, or we got through A. Now we got another null. I think it's because we forgot to create, wait, what? Huh, wait. So we call duplicate here. Then we went to effect data. What tried to call it originally? This. Called duplicate. Back to inject. Did we not apply, where's the, damage effect? Oh, we forgot to put, okay, gotcha. We forgot to put a duplicate down. Yeah, okay. What's happening is that when I do this, it's going to repopulate the ID, but I want it to keep the original's ID, not inside of its damage. I don't want it to update with the duplicate's ID. Again, a lot of this is just going to be tied to that We don't have the items built out yet, so I will definitely be revisiting this. But once weapons are built and the weapon has its ID, then these will just be locked to that. Like every time you hit with that weapon, then this effect will go off. That, right? Or that magic spell or whatever. Whatever the source is tied to, when you hit with that source, then it's going to go off. But we don't have that system built out yet. This is actually, technically, this is part of that grander system. So by building this, we're building into that other system. All right, let's do this now. So with that duplicate set up, it should... Oh, we need to pass this. Nope. Oh, I'm in the... What am I messing here? This is the... No, I typed something wrong. Hold on. To go back up. Get duplicate. Oh, because it was protected. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's because I had it public, but it was protected. Nothing to save. Give it a try. So we're getting there. Just a few more steps. And we should see. But this is nice. This is actually really good for invalid class. What class are you complaining about? Combat Manager 52. What are you saying? Rapper class. Object. Gotcha. I understand. Because that's not what this is getting. This is getting, if I remember correctly, these are integers. My brain is on fire. Give me 1 second. uh, okay. First, let's get rid of this. We don't need a null coalesce here. We've gotten this far, we should have damage. We've had enough checks on it. The event bus. This is supposed to be an integer. Dot. There we go. I forgot this is produced should be producing source ID number, not the actual actor. I'm debating if I should put the actual actor in. We have to go back down to the weapon level real quick. Actually, I think we can follow this. Nope. Something is still requesting an actor from it, though. What is it? This. Still not seeing the big number, but we're not getting that error anymore. But we are getting to this where we are adding the effect. Right? So now we can go down to damage effect and find out what's going on there. In this case, we're doing immediate damage. So... Alright, let's test this out. Okay. Not right. Forget to save. Guess so. Let's turn off the other enemies. It's kind of annoying. All right. So we are getting there, where it should be calling to apply the damage every. It did it once. Right. So it should be doing report damage duplicate. This damage should be based on this amount, as in. But we're not seeing that big 300 number. How much damage did I tell it to do again? Pretty sure it was like 300. Fire deal. Yeah, 100. Go to 3,000. And we also need to make sure that after it does this, you stop. Or rather, Ah, I got you. I think remove from there is going to call stop automatically. Yep, there it is. Okay. So this should allow me to apply it multiple times. You know we're getting here now. Okay. No reference exception. Object reference. That makes literally 0 sense. How is that possible? Oh, okay. Nice. Yeah, I just didn't think this through. When we added it, what do we add? Effect address. Right. And when we remove, trying to remove the address. And if not, what? I think this is supposed to be if. Yeah, there we go. The election, if it does have it, then if the stack reduction is greater than 0, stack. Otherwise, then we return out that. If the stack is greater than 0 still. Otherwise, we try to stop it. And then we're the heck is... Ah, gotcha. Okay. That was just iterating through. Basically, it's the run. It's handling run logic. That's not right. We should be able to do this many times. Shouldn't just be stopping. Regardless, we still didn't see the 300 number. Alright. Find out how much damage it's actually supposed to be doing. Oh, that's why it's not doing damage. I think. Am I right? I think so, yeah. I forgot to up... Okay. It's in calculate damage. We need to update... You see, the same way I needed to update the keys for this, I have to update them for calculate damage. The way that it gets information about damage. So, like right here, because I actually wrote it out and I completely overlooked it. Like I wrote this in for debug purposes only. Right? So where are you getting number prefab from? Gotcha. Okay. So we need... I get what we need to do now. Let's do it. Do it this way. That should get us our big number. There we go. We still have the additional issue of that we can only ever do it once. But we now know that our fire effect is working. Okay, now we need to figure out why it's only going off once. So it has to be that the injector is stopping it, right? So let's do it the smart way. Let's go back to the injector. Where are you? Get rid of this. And what we'll do is we'll check. Where is it? This is... Oh, the file's name is damage injector. I gotta change that. There we go. Effect injector. It should just be damage. I gotta change the name. It's throwing me off. Let's simplify the logic here. I think. We don't actually care. When we're doing injections, we don't actually care what the source is or anything like that. We just care that we're not applying the same effect that already exists. Right? So... we can get rid of this line. There. Okay. Then we can go back up to the effect manager real quick. And just put in that okay, that should work. Or at least, I don't know if that'll work, but I know that it will make things... Holy cow, we just crashed. Why did it attempt to do that over 3,000 times? I have no clue what that was about, but it just ran it a ton of times really fast. Huh. Infinite loops are infinite. So we're looping through something. find out what's happening. So we're at effect object line 53, 54, 54. So we go to 58, 54. This is all, oh no, this is effect object. This is the effect in. Every time we get to line 58 in here, when we were doing the duplicate, and then tell the effect manager to add effect. That makes sense that it would be infinite now that I think about it. Right? Because every time that we do that, it's dealing the damage. So what we actually want is for it's doing it too quickly inside of one frame. That's the problem. Right? Because when we do this method, we're actually doing damage again. This is effectively the same thing as dealing damage. And so by that time it deals the damage, it's going to remove it also on the same frame. So we need to wait until the frame is finished before remove it. Or rather, until the frame is finished before we remove it. There needs to be a gap. But at the same time, we're doing the same thing that I wanted to avoid before, which was procking itself, right? Let's actually bring that code back. I thought we wouldn't need it once we have this. But what's happening is that by the time we get to this, it's already removed itself. Okay, all right. That should fix it. Hopefully. Ah. Here's the rub. We know that we are getting here. We are removing it. Right? Where's that injector ball again? We're just checking the damage. So we cached this into damage. Yeah, I think the solution is just to stagger it out for one frame. Let's do it that way. Because we're bumping into a very paradox kind of issue. Well, it's not it's a racing issue, but it's just take care of it this. Instead of doing the remove here, you can just actually do this. I don't want to utilize that. No. We could do it in run. I don't want to do. Sure, we'll do it. I think we already have it, don't we? No. We check. Yeah, we do. Okay. One still working. Yep. On game tech. That's different than what I thought. We actually have. Okay. Okay, so now we should have a timer that's going to run and stagger that call. Hopefully. Insufficient execution. What are you crying about? Yep. 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 I don't know why it does that. So it has something to do with this injector. I'm trying to figure out a way. Like if I just turn this off, and then go back. And attack. Everything should just work. Right? Yeah. Okay. Right? So everything should work. So that let's flow with the logic 1 second. Let's just try to go with the logic. We take damage, or we hit something. After we've hit that thing, we try to get the damage from hitting that thing. That's successful. Then we try to get the actor. That's successful. So then we also check if the manager already contains this effect. Right? And if it doesn't, then we apply this effect. So now the question is, what's happening there? Maybe the timing isn't long enough? Go back to... You know what? Let's do the cooldown on this instead of the damage. Okay. Or even better yet, better approach to... Oh, whoops. Okay. Let's try it now. Giving ourselves effectively a few seconds. I mean, each time it can. Did I turn it back on? Yeah, we did. What the heck, bro? So one shot of it. My thinking about it went completely different then. You know what? Hold on. Let's do it this way. Something weird is happening on the other side. Maybe I overthought the code on that side is what I'm thinking right now. Or it could be that I forgot a method or did something weird. No, it still will do the same thing. So it's not even related to that. It's just something tied to the process. All right, let's look at this stack. Line 61. Do the add. 75, 7, 26, 241. Mapped event. This is when we're doing the invoke. How did we get from here to 60? So, have a listener. That listener. That. Okay, I get it. I get it, but it shouldn't get through here. For many reasons, it shouldn't get through here. Like once it hits 275. You know, let's do a test. So we keep getting to here, but the hit cooldown should only get past here when hit cooldown is less than 3. Or less than... Yeah, is less than 0. So is it possible? Rent. Whoops. That the hit cooldown is... This might be... a quick way to find out. Set this to like 15. Okay. We hit each time that we hitting once. It's reading the injector only one time we hit. Right, like each hit, it's picking it up once. Okay. And then the moment that we do that, I don't know what's going on. Each one of these is -1. All right, one more test. Check what ID we're dealing with. So we know that this is fine. It's picking that up perfectly. You just need to check the IDs. If all of these are different IDs, then that's one thing. But if they're all the same ID, then I can't figure it out. I'd probably need to take a break, get some water or something. I don't know. Okay. So yeah, all of these are the same ID. Ah. So looking at the flow of it, it starts from hitbox 24, right? And then we go to weapon base, right? This is all the normal weapon stuff, right? And so this is when the weapon is going to trigger everything. Then the event bus goes off. Once the event bus goes off, the injector goes off. And the ejector will attempt to duplicate. Then it'll go to the actor data. Ah. You know what? I think I have a solution. I think I figured a solution. Solution what? Where are you? We'll bring this back. We can get rid of everything else, but we'll leave everything else. But we'll deal with the problem when we do a removal. Before we do that removal, because all of this is information. I see where I screwed up. I get it now. So Would it be better to use the address? I think it's best to use or the element. I think that's when you're playing games like this, where there's multiple, say you have bleed 1, bleed 2, and okay, so later on I could actually just make the run to an iteration handle a merge back to. That's a thing I want to. Right now, though, right now, we just need to get yeah, that doesn't make sense. So let's keep it simple. We're going to use the address instead. So what this means is that anytime that we do an attack that comes from something else, right? Anytime we do an attack that comes from anything that isn't from the same address as this object, this is the simplest I can make it. And it will, if the addresses are the same, it'll return. That means my regular attacks get through. So let's actually put a debug log here. And a debug.log here. Okay. My regular attacks should go through. I think I don't have the brain cells to be using the regular, the individual IDs. Yeah, maybe later when after I eat something. Oh my goodness, what? This is... How can you... I think I need I need information. First off, it's going off a ton of times off. So what is the damage ID? I want to know. Okay, now let's find what's going on here. Is the logic still the same? If the damage ID is the same, then The ID should be Fire DOT. Did I not save? Oh, the string is just empty. Not gonna lie, that's kind of strange. How did you get here? If the string is not saved, it did save. Oh, Sway. How are you getting to A? Like, I don't understand it. How are you getting there? It's empty. So how are you getting to... How are you even getting past... How are you even getting to C? I don't understand. Oh, the logic. If you need to make this code as simple as possible. What's happening here? Because the more we complicate it, the more niche it's going to be. So it needs to have as little fluff going on as possible. Maybe I have to make the items identification so that way. Okay. All right, you know what we'll do? Do a placeholder. Okay, that's just temporary. No, we can't use it. Hello, Joey. Oh, we can use this. This is just temporary for the 546. So basically now what we do out here, go burr. We have to do this. Bar data. Uh, all right. Let's see. Okay. And we can do the same thing over here. Okay, so now we're storing the instance ID over here. We're locking it, this is locking it into the dictionary. We're also storing it on this object. Right? So now whenever we attack from the player, we'll always have a different number. Or just no number whatsoever. It'll be 0. And if it's 0, then we'll allow the attack to go through. But if it's the same number as the instance ID, then we block that number. That's what we're going to go for. So if this number is the same number as the damage ID, that's the ticket. Okay. Then from there we do the rest of this. Get rid of it. Not help us at all. Not sure why it did. No, I know why. It's delegates in event. I understand why. It's grabbing the context from before. I tell you, man, sometimes C# is just rough. Basically, it's grabbing the context from the time before the event, so by the time the event happens, it still holds bad information. Okay. Well, on the plus side, no longer crashing. On the minus, It doesn't even do the effect. If we hit something and we try to get the effect ID from the damage, we should be getting 0. If the attack came from the debug log, because we never said it. Right? So the effect, so the number should be 0. We're also going to do one on the back origin. I'm confused. It should really only be blocking it if the numbers match. And honestly, the player shouldn't be pushing through numbers like that anyway. Yeah, it's reading 0 on both. Right? So that means it's not setting the origin ID number somewhere. This number, this effect, this effect to inject number isn't being set. Where? Where's our damage? Oh, I think we forgot to save. I thought we did. There we go. We just need to get this working, and then we can fine-tune it later. Right now, I just want it working so I can get into the magic costs, ability costs, and things. Oh, come on, B. So, this is fine. Doesn't make sense. If the numbers don't match, how is it still getting past that? I don't understand. I don't get it. I don't... How are you getting past this check if the numbers don't match? Just guarantee what's going on here. See? Okay. So the numbers don't match. Okay, so when the numbers do match is when we want to go. So we go 1, 2, 3. These don't match. Good. And then the second number is something big. And then that. Is there ever a point where the numbers do match? Like, I'm so confused. I really am. And it's probably something super obvious that I'm missing too. Right? I guarantee you it's something super obvious. I'm just overthinking it. You know what? We have nuclear option. Go back up to this. Okay. Wait, this doesn't make any sense. We're not even trying to remove it anymore. So how is it? None of this makes sense. Unless we're targeting the wrong thing. Heck. Where are you? Who is this? Valid question now. Law. Target. Game object. Name. Who the heck is that target? Because I went back to the other code and found that I wasn't even removing the effect anymore. So that made me wonder how we were even getting to A, because contains should never have even allowed that to happen. We never removed it. So now I'm wondering, what is the target that I should be targeting? Maybe I misnamed it somewhere along the way? Oh. No, it's doing it right. It's the enemy. This should only work the first time. We turned off the combat part, so really it shouldn't do anything. It should not crash, basically. But we just want to see if it's how is. Oh wow, what the heck? What the heck is going on here? Okay, let's take a really close look at what's happening. We started from the hitbox, go to the weapon base, go through the combat manager, pass through the event bus, go back to the injector. Or we get to the injector. This is where the effect should be going off the first time. So line 68, the injector, which basically is going to say add this effect, right? And the first time is fine. It should do this. Absolutely okay. It's going to go through like this. But how does it get here? Because we never removed it from this target. If not, the target contains effect collection, first hit should have nothing. The second hit should have the fire dot. We have to find out why it's getting past that point. What the heck? Now it's working. Maybe I forgot to save? That's what it was. No, but still, the first hit should get through. Unless there's just nothing in here. if that's the case, it's not actually adding the effect, but weird because the effect was working before, and we haven't touched the ad code, so it's kind of weird. Yeah, we're getting there. We're just not actually adding anything to this. What's happening in here? Is it? Yeah. Wait. Oh. Okay. No. No, we should still be okay. We should have one go off at the very beginning. That's the one that gets applied to the player. There we go. That's the on-hit effect fire. Then we get the other one. Added fire DOT. So it knows it added the fire dot. And we can't do it again because we're not removing it. But A is only going off one. Which, this is what should happen. Right? So this is working now. But for whatever reason, this isn't working. Or, actually, hold on. Actually, no, it's working perfectly fine. We never get here second time. Okay. So contains fine. All right, we're going to do the nuclear option first before we try this again. So let's do. Um. All right. So now we should get A once per hit. not doing rocket science right. It just work. It's bread and butter. Routine use. Right, we're just staggering it out one frame. That's it. What just happened? Get through B? Is there no B? Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, I think I forgot to save. We didn't get through B. I don't even know how we got to C. How did we get to C? My computer. I don't even know how we got to C. How is this claiming C? It just randomly claimed C. I didn't tell it to start C. It just did C. That's crazy. I'm not sure what's going on. Because I didn't call C anywhere. I was just about to set. The thing is different. Oh well, we're almost done. We just forgot to save before, but now I just saved it. So when you change things across multiple tabs, you have to remember to save them. I always forget. Okay, that's one hit. Got to see. And we're still not get. We got to B. Right? Got B, added the fire dot, then we did C on the next frame. So is this actor that we are doing this to not? I think that's what the problem is. That what the problem? At some point, we're not talking to the same actor. Has to be. Let's find out. Sure. At some point, we're not talking to the same actor. We need to find out where that is. Or maybe we are. And the engine doesn't wants me to suffer. Yeah, no, it's B. It's still the enemy. Same enemy. Right here. Enemy. Okay. So let's do this. Actor. X-Man. Okay. Try it now. Did I save? Yeah, I did. That was the best I got. That was literally it. Are you telling me that got absolutely nothing left? This is it. We staggered out one frame. Did a remove on the actor's effect. What's happening in remove? First, we check to see if we have the address. Okay, let's do this. Maybe I forgot to do that. Okay. Now, hopefully the nuclear option works. We were removing it from the array, but we weren't removing it from the dictionary. Little things. Bunch of little things. Cost time. Alright, let's try it now. There we go. I am not sure why we're getting so many. Like that one hit was 50. Hold on. That's one hit. Okay, so it counts it as one. That's 3 hits. Okay. 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 So now that that's done, next do. Okay. Okay. Turn on the damage. All right. Okay. Let's go, homie. We were approaching this incorrectly. What is this? The effect. Damage effect. Take damage from it. We have. What we need to do is duplicate. And time we hit. So let's just treat this like we would regular. Okay, I think I get it. I think I get it. We were actually... That other fix that we just did, I think that fixed the other... I think there was two problems happening. I think that other one just fixed the main one. This is going to fix the one that we're dealing with right now. So... Go here. Actually, we're just... Right. Okay. Forgot to change it there also. Next. Okay. All right. There we go. That took a while. Let's just make sure that this is independent information. So we're going to just change this to like... Not good. It's not independent. I think it is. Oh, really? Go to 10. Nope, it's not independent. Ugh. And that's entirely because of this. Ugh. Sorry. How I did that. Just passed in this. So we have to do. Yep. Okay. Um, we have to override. Okay. All right. So we got that working. So now let's create. So now this should be independent data. But let's. What I mean is, when I change scriptable objects, the values on these don't change. We're gonna test it out in a second, but we also want to do something at the same time. Two birds, once. Let's turn this into a damage over time effect. Going to its max stack at 15. Each stack duration's in 5 seconds. And we'll give it an amount of 1,000. Very clear. Okay. Oh, I see. Because it's immediate. I gotcha. To add a little logic here. Oh, that was painful. Okay. There we go. Oh, yep, there he is. Damage over time. Awesome. Let me see if that damage is independent again. It is independent. Oop, there we go. And we can attack. Nice. That was painful. Well, we got it. We got it. Look at that. Looky there. So now what that means is we can do different like on-hit effects because elements are tied to them, and we can just expand on this and add a different on-hit effect animation for each hit, depending on what we... That's the beauty of scriptable objects. Nice. Okay, I'm satisfied. All right, I think we're gonna call it there. I think that's a good place, and I'm really hungry, so I should always eat before I start coding. How long was that? It's uh, yeah, I think that's a good amount of time. 5 hours, yeah, that's good. Effect system. So what do I feel about this effect system compared to the other ones that I've made? I still think it's sloppy. I still think I could do better. Uh, I think that I should be able to do better. But the problem is, the reality is, not sure. Like, let's stop and take a look real quick. On Inspector, basically, we can make different on-hit effects, or whatever we want. Really, this is just a on-hit effect. I have this right here as a drop-down that gives me access to every single one of the effects in my project. Right, so this can technically become a on-enemy death or whatever. I can change that. And then it's just a drag and drop affair onto what effect is going to happen. So, the basic on hit, though, could use some love. Right? Basically, I'm not sure. I want to try to simplify this as much as possible. Because if the event that's coming through here doesn't have damage, right? Then we really don't have any idea what is going to be coming through this event. Right? We just don't know. So that's a good thing and a bad thing. It's a good thing because that means that it's extremely modular. It's a bad thing because now we have to try to patch just about anything that we need. It gives us a lot of room to do a lot of different things, and so this, I hate it, but this could turn something like just a bunch of different if statements or matches or whatever it is for how to handle each case. Now, it could be at the end of the day that what we're looking for here is always going to be the player, right? Because this is an injector at the end. So what I could do is, let me see how this is set up. It's a dictionary. It makes it very easy. Usually I do these as dictionary. Yeah, there it is. So this is a dictionary, right? So I could do something like, You do something like that. Right? And now I can always ensure that I'm getting the actor without having to dig deep. Right? And so now when we do this call over here in the manager, where is it? Calculate. Instead of just doing this, we can do that, sure, if we wanted to. I think it's a good thing to do it, but we could also do... Right, event target. I just saw it has something else here, which is target ID, which is nice. Same thing. Pretty cool. A nifty little system. I think the best thing to do... Right? And then we can do... Oh, we have an attacker ID. Look at that. I didn't even know my own system. Right? So now in this way, we always know that we have a target without having to go into whether or not we have a damage. I would prefer to put like source ID instead of... If that could mean many different things. Attacker's kind of explicit. Right? So that's the direction this can go. Let's now there's one benefit to having stored the damage though. It's because damage is an object, so it's an object that's storing a dictionary. So the values that change on damage, even though we added it up here, if we call it down here, it'll accumulate any of the information that we've added or changed here. These, however, won't do that. We'd have to explicitly change them in this collection. So that's the give and take. But you just have to know the context if you're going to follow this kind of system. Let's see. It's okay. I mean, the effect system is okay. It is okay. Not bad. It's not terrible. I think I'm going to leave it this way, though. This. We have a lot of things to consider, but we got the effects done. The next thing was going to be the next thing is going to be abilities. Right? When we do abilities, in some instances I'm debating. I don't think so. I think I'm trying to think about these types of games, like the Diablo-esque kind of game, where I don't think those games they have like so you know how some games when you use like an AoE attack, they give you that area that you can kind of do your attack in, and then you press the button and then you execute the attack. Right? Versus other games where you kind of just already have your mouse in that direction, and so the attack just goes into that direction. There's no real slowing down of the game for like targeting purposes. Just going to do it wherever you put your mouse. So I think I'm going to go with the latter. I want combat to feel faster. I think slowing down, as cool as slowdown effects are, should be reserved for more cinematic stuff, not just because you're targeting. Right? It's kind of has to have that twitch, because you can just have some enemies mobbing you up or shooting from a distance. Okay. I think we got a good idea. But the fact is, we got the effect system working, and this is pretty good for me. I'm going to I'm not sure if I'm going to do it on stream. Probably I will. I think what I'm going to do next is I'm going to hook in the various color codings of these. Run the game. You're going to see all of these these are just white, but the scriptable objects have colors on them. I set that up like 2 streams ago. But basically, this is like fire, and they all have their own colors unique to them, right? So as you continue to take hits, these will continue to deteriorate, which is resembling your resistance. So like if you take water damage, it'll try to whittle down your water first, but if you don't, where I put this. So in this type of stuff, I'm debating whether or not the elements should have weaknesses and resistances. So if you take fire damage and you have fire, it'll be resistant to that. Similarly, if you take life energy, fire is very resistant to that. But if you take water, you'll lose double your fire resistances. Unless you have water, like you have water here, then obviously you get that water resistance going. But if you burn through that, then you'll end up going into your other resistance. Basically, over time your resistances go down, but these are also your power gauges, right? So the more power you have, the stronger the damage of your moves, right? So if you have like all of your fire and whatnot, you'll be getting a lot more damage out of your fire move than if you had nothing. Right? And so on. That's what I'm thinking. Okay. So abilities are basically next on the chopping block. I think that's the next big one. And once abilities are done, magical abilities and abilities, then I'll refactor. It's going to be a refactor on weapons. I think that's good to do that on stream so folks can see how to make an ability system. Because these are going to be abilities where you'll have an. I probably won't be doing the inventory on the same day. It'll probably not possible, but it's going to be one of those things where you can drag and drop your abilities to equip the ones that you want, and they'll be even though you can you can equip abilities onto a weapon. Like let's say you equip this weapon here, the scythe, right? You'd only be able to use the abilities that are tied to the scythe. So you'd have the scythe here, and then you could just drag and drop the abilities onto the scythe that you want to use. And then that scythe can use those abilities. Or you can use those abilities with the scythe. And if you swap out your weapon, put in like whatever the next weapon is, you can similarly equip those with new abilities. Also similar, you have magic. So that's the next thing. So I think I'm going to be working with the magical abilities first, and then I'm going to work into the weapon. And that's how I'm going to set it up. Of course, you have the default abilities that will happen if you just have nothing. But yeah, that's it. Anyway, thank you for joining me. Hope it was fun. I hope it was educational. And take care. Have a great night.